So, back to the lore thing. If you was watching my video earlier, I probably passed out. Got a little tired from kind of just talking about the story. Place to place. And moving from place to place. Um, so, one of the last things I was actually going over in the last video is these individuals that they hired to do killings, which is the assassins, these black hand guys. So here, I mean, I'm just waiting for somebody to bring me back into the fight if they see me, or if they choose to pick me. I don't know, but in the meantime, I'm just gonna kind of dress up my characters, the characters that I'll be talking about. You guys can get a good look at these characters. See for yourself. That's the one. Definitely in the hunt. So yeah, so this is the black hand armor. Can't say much about the hands. It's not that serious. Let me see if we can find it though. So we can just kind of dress them up as such. We could summon. We'll switch out the armor for something else. Sifting through here, see if I can find the gloves just to wear the whole set. Yeah, so these individuals were basically assassins. They, those are probably it. Black iron, whatever. Gloves, those are probably it. And then there's the leggings. They went out and did the dirty work. For the, I hope I got the right ones on. These right. And of course, let's see if we can get the, two-handed weapon I was using. I know it's katana. It was right there. Alright, so we're just gonna switch. So, and of course he had a bow and arrow though. I was going off with the bow and arrow. Black Hands, one of them. Well, one of them are actually dead by the front of the front of the Grand Archives. And one of them you fight much higher up when you go through the Grand Archives, and then you find this set, I forget where, which is why I'm playing the game, or I'm going to play the game again and start over, so I can see exactly where, at what point these individuals are. But the point I'm trying to make about this particular character and their place in this game, I was talking about the ring of the hunters. Go back here for a second. Ring engraved with the portrait of a hunter increases dexterity. The hunters serve the Lothric on the fringes of fringes in the shadows. For generations, the rulers of Lothric have relied especially upon the Black Hand hunters to punish enemies in ways the king's three pillars could not. The three pillars are the priestess, the scholars, and the knight's ring. The knights. The knights. So I had correlated, and I mean I'm here near my bonfire right now. Let's see if we can make a nice, cute little correlation of what's happening here. Let's see. Yeah, I try not to keep too many rings in my stash that don't really need to be there. Some things just aren't necessary, if you will, to have. So this is another kind of official ring. It says a divine ring granted to the Dark Moon Gwendolyn. I don't know who granted him the Dark Moon Gwendolyn in his youth. It was given to him. Causes male to perform female actions and vice versa. Gwendolyn was raised like a daughter through the aura of the moon. Raised like a daughter through the aura of the moon, and was said to behave like a sullen, brooding goddess. Like, so raised like a female, but was a male. So, and the ring allows you to causes male to perform female actions and vice versa. I've never put on the ring, so it's not a study that I'm going to jump into. It's not for me to jump into at the moment, so I won't. And that's just that. Like, this is not going to tell me what I need to know based on the story, but what I do know is that being that he was brought up with the feminine aspect, even though he was a male, there was a certain level of power that ignited because of that. So a divine ring granted to the Dark Moon Gwendolyn in his youth. It says causes male to perform female actions and vice versa. Gwendolyn was raised like a daughter through the aura of the moon. So it was a boy, and they chose to treat it like a girl. You know, I don't know if this was like a scientific experiment on their end. And you know, Dark Souls, you know, the kingdoms are known to divil and dabble into going to certain drastic measures just to see what would the outcome be, or just to discover something new. Why would Gwen allow this to happen to his own son, which would be his second son, after Guinevere? Because I think Guinevere came right after. Guinevere either came at the same time Gwendolyn came, and they were like twins, or he came right after. But to have Gwendolyn being treated like a female when it was a male in the first place, what were you hoping to get out of that, Gwen? Like, what were you hoping to do? I don't know. I just think this is a little demented, a little crazy. And then to have to stick his other daughter in the painted world. In the painted world, we haven't gotten to yet. We will. But this character right here is one of the Dark Hands that did some stuff. So what I really wanted to stress about this was the fact that the Black Hand has two things that kind of made me think. One, he rocks a bow and arrow, and I believe it's his Fars's black bow. Okay, Fars. Okay, no other bow, just this one right here. And this bow does a triple shot. I believe there's one that does a whole bunch of shots at the same time. I don't know if I have that bow. But that's what it is. Let's see if we can pull it up. Black longbow named after a hero of old, known for the unusual stance from which it was fired, has a longer range than standard bows, but successful usage requires a trained, dexterous hand. So, notched arrow. Okay, yeah. So you can shoot 3 at the same time, which is good for spread out shot. And uses that bow. There's another character which rocks this, which is Ferris's hat. So, you know, let me go here for a second. And mind you, it's simply just a type of hat, but it's a hat no less. Broad brim leather hat traditionally used by master archers, especially favored by forest dwelling hunters. Forest dwelling hunters. Okay? The name Ferris is said to have once belonged to a hero, but is now more wide known as a style of hats. So, you would wonder to yourself, like, okay, so there's a difference in these hats, but the connection is through the bow that the character uses. I don't know if it was the before or after effect that went on, but all I know is in part 1, you face this character, Ferris, in the woods. And in these woods, there's 4 warriors or 3 warriors that come up, like almost, they're there. They're not like apparitions. They're there in the forest. You can barely see them. Ferris is fairly invisible, but not really invisible. Almost transparent, so you can't really see her. And very deadly with the bow. If you're not careful, she can get you real good. And then there's a warrior, and I think there's somebody else that's in the woods. Now, why am I discussing this? Like, why am I talking about Ferris and the hat and then going on to the black hand? Well, to me it's simple. Since Darksouls 1 had already came out and seen it, and then playing this first and then seeing the black hand, it appears that, well, Ferris may have left the hunters that are inside of the forest to go and work for the king. Or maybe there was a relation, because at the end of the day, if you read the black hat, there was 3 of them. You know, so it says establish and honor roles. It says hunters who serve successive kings. To date, no more than 3 such individuals have bore this distinction. So, you know, there's only 3 of them that did that. And, you know, it could have been that, you know, Ferris had joined them after, you know, being in the forest and guarding Alturis's tomb. You know, who knows? Or it could have been maybe one of them. I don't know. It doesn't make any other further sense than that. You can't really have two people in the same places as once. When you go to and Orlando, you only see 2, 3, 4. You see 1, 2. Okay, you see. Let's go back here for a second before I get summoned. I'm pretty sure they're gonna summon me soon. I don't want to get too caught up, but you know how it is. So we're in the rings. And here are the 4 rings, which are the 4 knights, if you will. You show it. This one is for Ornstein. You see Ornstein in part 1. Okay? You deal with Alturius in part 1. Okay? Go, or what do you want to call him? Go, or whatever. He is an archer who takes down one of the dragons in part 1 that's flying around so that you can get to a certain part. And he does so blindly. One of the closest people to him was Ferris, from what I read, heard about in another lore. So, to me, those are all the connections. So, these people have connections to the rings. This one right here, the Hornet, was Siren. She's also in part 1. She's at Alturius's grave. Looked like they had like a love affair going on, right? She basically is like an assassin herself, you know, and anything could have came to be of one of the hunters, right? Because even though he's connected to Faris, and then Faris ended up becoming maybe a hunter for the king, you know, and there were 3 brothers supposedly, or 3 something. Maybe what you're wearing or what you get is what was left behind of the 3rd one, if you really want to try to make sense of it all. Because again, they talk about 3, but there's only 2 that you find, and then you find a piece of clothing. Just maybe that one that you find in the forest gave up that position a long time ago and decided to go and protect the forest rather than sit around and just go out killing for the king, and got caught up in the forest. You know, I don't know, but it's something to think about. It's something to elaborate on, because at the end of the day, she was an assassin, like, very much so, you know, and that leads to another whole continuation as well. At least that's how I feel about it, because again, the bow is something that was used heavily by Go, and his next in line of who he, I guess, would be like a successor to his greatness would be Faris. And Faris, I believe, is somewhere in part 1, I think. If it's not Faris, it's got to be the lady in the forest, whose bow was unmatched, and everybody was basically working under or for Gwyn in that matter. You know, they're trying to protect Alturius's grave, and they're trying to do other certain things, and they all have purpose, right? So the cat, when you join the covenant, the cat gives you a ring. That ring basically allows you to traverse the darkness, the abyss. That's just the way it is. There's a dragon or hydra that is protecting or guarding, or in the lake right behind them there's the portal to the abyss, and you would wonder why it's down there, and yet right above it is where Alturius's grave is at. So there's a lot of questions that I'm still trying to figure out there as to why, but I'm figuring it out. But there is a connection here, more so here, with Gwyn becoming associated with the Abyss Walkers, Alturius. Yeah, he walked the Abyss, and now we have the Abyss Watchers because of him. But they got stuck in the same motion of killing anyone, and entered there, and then the followers came along and were there to destroy or kill the Abyss Watchers if they ever fell off track or they became poisoned. This was the fail-safe for them. Why were the followers, and mind you, let me get to the followers real quick. Okay, look at that. Same type of gear. I mean, the style also with the katanas, you know, this is more of an Eastern kind of world. You don't see Faris using these blades. You only see the guy, the two guys that work for the king. They use katanas. You can see him. You can see it right on them. They have katanas, and very skilled at it. So that's one of the things I was kind of stressing. I was talking about, but I think maybe the third one went to go work in the forest, or you know, maybe she works for them and died somewhere along the way. I don't know. But at the time she had to work with them, and the correlation is either between Hawk passing down, which not Hawk, the Hawk ring, Go being one of the Lord's four horsemen, if you will, or four knights, Hawkeye Gaul. So it's like, you know, bow and arrows, and then the hunters, they have bow and arrows as well. He took down the dragon by hiding, with that alone, if you will. And she's more of the stealthy type, which kind of falls in the same category of the hunters, if you will. I don't know what happened there. Maybe the other ones got trained into being hunters through her, and you know, the one that actually decided maybe to leave the ranks of the hunters was Faris, being trained by Go. You know, I'm trying to make some sort of sense of it. Again, as I move along, Alturas and Ornstein, you can make these two out to be whatever you want them to be. I'm trying to stick them in a slot. You know, this one says strength and thrust weapon counters. So strength, to me, that would be like the Knight's Ring, right? You know, it increases your strength, you know. And then you could say the Abyss Walkers increases poise, you know, being able to take more of a different approach. That, to me, that would be more dexterity for Hunter's Ring, but it doesn't correlate with that sect of individuals that Ornstein would be. I mean, if you wanted to connect that aspect, you could, you know, because he doesn't fall into a scholar's role. He doesn't fall into a priestess role. Neither does Go. Now, Siran, she looks more close to what a priestess would be. But I don't know if her sect of individuals would pass down to that. And you never know. That could be the case, right? Because all we're really doing is taking speculation and trying to make sense of it all. So she could more than well have been that. She was at his grave, Artorias' grave, after he had passed, and wanted his soul for safekeeping. And then, of course, there's Gog, you know, and to me, that's a dexterity thing. When you need to use the bow and arrow. Again, when we were over here and I was looking at bows and arrows, especially Faris's bow, it says in the second paragraph, has a large range, has a longer range than standard arrows, but successful usage requires a trained, dexterous hand. So, you know, again, that could also just mean, you know, dexterity. Look, this extends the ranges of bows. You know, you use that bow and arrow. They correlate with each other. They have a story with each other. There's something behind that connects Faris to the hunters. Now, don't get me wrong. One of the hunters could have well been related to, because again, there's supposed to be three of them, and maybe after you kill her in part one, they recover the bow and arrow. But there has to be a tie there, you know. So, Alturas, the wolf's ring, which increases poise, right? It says had unbendable will of steel, will of steel, and was unmatched with a great sword. So, you know, that could fall into that category, but it's not going to fall into faith or intelligence to wield a blade. It's just not. That's dexterity too. And he also traversed the abyss with a dog, you know. But Go leans more towards dexterity, and her critical attacks leans more towards dexterity, you know. So this could have been like a hierarchy kind of thing, you know, where it's just the three knights. I mean, the what they would consider the king's three pillars were different, way different than the Rings Association. With Gwyn's four knights, the four knights of Gwyn, because they were considered knights, right? So you got knights. If they all fall under knights, then they will end up falling into a certain category as well. You know, they were all knights at one point in time. You know, and I think something just came from them. You know, the Abyss Walker died. He brought back the darkness with him, if you will, and that plagued the whole town. There's legend of him traversing the dead and going after, but they don't say that he defeated the beast, because when you go there, you defeat the beast. You find him, he's in a place or a town where, or wherever you find him at, one of those places, after you get sucked up into that vortex and pulled into that world, where it could well off be New Londo. Okay, I don't know where exactly you go into the abyss in part one, but I'm gonna find out, and I know it's gonna probably give me a little bit more information that I need to know about this game and where they went and where they're at, because the game is convoluted in terms of its location for certain things. Again, I was expressing how the twin demons, where you dance with them, is like part one, where the fire temple was at, the Firelink Shrine, the first one, where you get dropped off after they pull you basically out of prison, or allow you to escape to pull you out of prison, or whatever you want to call it. It just seems as if that area has caved in and fell to a deeper level, or maybe because at the end of the day, when you look at what it's on top of, Firelink Shrine is like, as soon as you take the elevator down, you know, there's people standing around the trail that leads to New Londo. New Londo has spirits and apparitions that are moving around that can hurt you. You can fall and die in this blackness that's, you know, on the bottom, which is a lot like the lake area. There is holes where you will fall beneath the sludge or whatever and be gone. So you got to follow like real small paths, and you got to get past certain places so that, you know, you can figure out what happened in New Londo. But apparently everything happened in New Londo, which is where the other three sisters or four sisters are from, which we'll get into later on, as you know,
as I continue to play through the game and do my investigations. As you can see, nobody's really here, I don't think, anymore. Maybe they are, but we're going to take our butts somewhere else and continue this discussion. But bear in mind, though, also, this chick is holding an egg, and then it breaks when you come through. You know, and it's like the only thing in this world that I know makes eggs that big are dragons, man. And I don't know why, you know, all the darkness of the world or humanity or whatever can be stuck in that egg, and then boom, it's no more. The world around us is no more. It to me, it just it's not a that's not a easy thing to just kind of accept and say, oh yeah, you know, like that makes perfect sense. No, it does not make perfect sense. There's nothing in the game that suggests anything about Gwen pushing out an egg out of his ass and, you know, and giving it to his daughter to sit there and tell her, I'll come back for you, you know, to save you. Just hold this egg in the ring city, and then they just kind of just protect and guard that area to keep people from reaching the egg or reaching her in her slumber, because she was asleep when you found her. She was made to safeguard the egg and sleep with it, you know, and I guess by the time that it hatches, its mother will be whatever's next to it, and she'll be able to control this being or whatever that pops out. You know, because when it comes down to birds or anything that comes out of its shell, as we all know, you know, they say children know their mothers and their whatever, right? When they come out the mom and whatnot. It's not like that for a lot of for animals and things like that, or even children, as we know. Um, Whoever they're with, you know, they may have a speculation when they get older, you know, from the world that they see. It's going to be very different, you know, but they're always going to look at mommy as mommy or the mother as a mother. So to me, Gwen was just on some stuff like, yo, we need to get one of those eggs of our own, you know, and just, you know, and then raise it amongst us. There were dragons, and there were, I mean, the egg should have been bigger than that, but that was a small egg with some stuff. So, alright, so I'm gonna put my sign right here. They're gonna try to get my sign, but it's okay. I don't know who's that. They're gonna go over my sign like that, talking about good luck. My sign's right here. There's another sign right here. It's bullshit. Anyway, so let me see how long this one's been there for. Yeah, they're assholes. So yeah. So let me touch on something that's different. So the katanas aspect, right? So we have katanas, and then we have the guy that you meet in part one. His armor set is in here, and it's armor set. Very unique armor set, if you will, to the game. Okay, Eastern, here it is. I mean, obviously Eastern, right? So what do we think? Asia, you know, things of that nature. We can't. There's nothing really on it besides a lion and the lion looks great, right? And one side, and
you know, for their stances. You know, when it comes down to, they ain't concerned about people, you know, shields. You know, their armor is on their body. You know, um, they could have came for any reason or any purpose. That is, you know. But what I'm gonna stress today, after let me just get, we got Dark Drift, Bloodlust, Washing Pole. Let's just grab a regular katana, right? And we're gonna take that, put it on our back, and we're gonna like that. Look, see, the lion is sticking out, right? And that's the stance. You know, that's the stance for it. Let's get rid of the shield. Let's give it a different type of shield. Let's give it no shield. Let's give it something that it can just kind of just tuck on its side. What would a Middle Eastern individual have that would enable, would make the look complete? You know, that can be cross, it can be a bow and arrow, right? Could be that. Long bow, composite bow. You know, the claws and these other things, they definitely were things that you get from or we even give him the red hand, you know, but it's what you get. I mean, not the cross. Cross. But I would, don't play with me. I would. We can actually switch out. I don't know what we're gonna make it into. What else do ninjas tend to use smaller, cause here you got those blades, right? And more so, you know, more oriental like, you know, more, I mean, you get a blade like that, but that's not for the use of that hand, right? That's more for the use of a different hand. We're not gonna say that the Valor Heart has anything to do with the warrior that you find down there because they both have lion heads. Like, I already considered that, and it just doesn't seem like they have much in common. And you don't want to glue and stick things together that don't make any sense, because then you're just going to confuse yourself. You know, you try to keep it as simple as possible, you know, as you continue to move throughout the game. And, or just make him a sword expert. I'm trying to find the right type of blades to give them that all look oriental, and it's not gonna fall right. You could just have one. So, you know, this type of sword and sword play is an Eastern thing. So, you know, maybe, just maybe, you know, there's some sort of correlation of oh, look at that. That's when it becomes a problem. Right? That's when it becomes a problem. You tuck that behind, you go, wait a minute. I'm powering up, power up. And that's when you can do you practice that move, which I would have a hard time doing right now, right? But it makes for one of the best type of responses to that. Come outside. Right? Cool. Oh boy. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, that is at least supposed to go through. It did not. So. Oh my God. Where am I seeing? Oh no. So, you're probably wondering, like, okay, so make my point, right? Um, what's the point of talking about this armor set, right? Comes from the Eastern. Their ways are very different than your average. They would need more dexterity. When it comes down to the sword play, strength is important, but dexterity is just as important to them. Um, let's see if I could use something else. Black blade, right? Just like the black hand. Same thing. And look at that, my thing is definitely not silver anymore. It's actually filled with the blood of the Darksouls. Ah, okay. Okay, so let's see this for a moment. So, yeah, I'm not a big fan of katanas right now until I actually start to get deeper into the game and just get myself more into the character of why these Eastern individuals came into place. I mean, let's look at it for a moment. Distinctive helmet. Alright? It says made in the Eastern land. The exquisite craftsmanship and artistic design made these prize pieces in the collection of any nobleman. Right? So it's a nobleman from the East, right? Offers excellent damage absorption, particularly from slashing, from katanas, which are commonly encountered threat battle fought in the Eastern. So, yeah, that's all they really give you on it. Like, it's not really much. It's like you just have, this is the type of armor, type of description or item that does not provide you with the type of information that suggests that it even plays a role in Dark Souls. But the reality of it is that it actually does play a role. Again, when we go back and we talk about the Black Hand, the Black Hands are trained to use katanas. Not only that, but let's go a little bit deeper. Let's change up the armor set. So here's the Eastern people. They wear these armor sets that protect them from slashing, hacking, right, and things like that. What else can we find in Asian territory or Eastern territory, right? And mind you, obviously, the person who wore this was a nobleman. Okay, so that's a man of great stature. Let's find something that easily correlates. Here's something right here. Shadow Mask.
and it's not gonna go any more. Um, like I can't explain this aspect any more than what it is. Like you have to just be able to kind of just see past whatever it is that you think and just take a look at some of the things here that are very evident. Take a look at this, okay? We'll go ahead, black iron, shadow. Alright, so what do we have here? A ninja. Look how well suited that is. A katana has yeah, look. Right? Now, as we all know, what are ninjas good for? They also use weapons such as, right now we're gonna keep the double swords on because I kind of want to get people to understand or at least see what's going on here. Now ninjas are not fond of magic or use magic like that, so ain't no real chimes here that really fits the description of the Eastern world. Everything here, it is what it is. So we have to dive deeper. We have to kind of get into what we know, right? Because the ideas already came from somewhere, like the real world. You're not gonna catch them rocking a staff. You know, you're not gonna catch them. They might do pyromancy, right? So we can go ahead and do those type of things with his character and give him things. But let's give a ninja what they normally would have. Not a dagger. Maybe the bandit's knife. Maybe the bandit's knife. Let's just take that for instance, because it has a quick step, although it doesn't go too much with the look. Then we got the rotten guru dagger. Then we got the blood corvin great knife, which is a very small but long dagger. If you just want it to be a more vicious ninja that has reach and dexterity, then that's something that you might want to consider, especially the candlesticks as well as the handmade dagger. However, aquamarine dagger, let's see what this is about. Okay, so let's read the item description. Dagger, gifted, fitted with an aquamarine crystal magic, obviously, right? This is engraved with a prayer in the old time to ward off incident. Perhaps it was a parting gift given to the one sent off on great travels. Release magic from the aquamarine crystals, creating a fleeting blue crystal blade, lengthy enough to swing as a straight sword. Right. So, I mean, I wouldn't give him that. The Merkman had these. This weapon seems suitable as well, just to have a dagger on hand. But as an advanced dagger, what he would find down the line and use would be one of these weapons right here, which is the handmaid's dagger. A lot of people don't give credit to this nor this, but it's because when you are playing the game for the first time, and the enemies are weak, but they still seem strong, candlesticks is good because they're supposed to reveal signs that are down on the ground. And I tried to exercise this by using it, but it didn't seem to work as well. I still had to go ember, and it's like I had to use one of my embers so that I can see the sign on the ground. So what is the light for? It's like it says a candle provides temporary source of light which reveals additional guidance. So I mean, it's not like you're in a dark. Like this would have came in handy in part 1 when I was in the Tomb of Giants and I couldn't see diddly squat, because then I would have a weapon and something that I could use for the character. Not that the club wasn't good enough. The little, you would use the torch as a weapon, you know, in the game, but it definitely wasn't doing that much damage. Neither would have these, but maybe they would have provided a little bit more light in the dark if you didn't have one. But it's supposed to show signs on the ground that will you be able to summon yourself into a place, so, to help you throughout the game. And they definitely, I don't know, it looks like they failed on that behalf. And then of course, I'm getting summoned. The handmaid's dagger, which the more you use it, the more you recover FP. To me, that's great because FP is used even in skills. Certain weapons that you have will definitely hurt the enemy as well and take FP. FP is what you need to use special abilities with. I'll switch back to this in a minute. Let me get my armor set on so that I can rock out. And then we'll switch back to my other look. Let's choose the garb so it's a little less. This guy might get impatient. I'm here and I'm gonna offer my help, doggy. Okay, so let's see if I can go down here and rock the shield. So, I love helping people out. So the ninjas come from a eastern area, and this eastern area, I mean, obviously, is Oriental people who are looking for, who were probably noblemen, as I just expressed, and on top of that, they had ninjas. It's easily to assume that. Why? Because that's just the way it is. When you think of Chinese people and their culture, or Asian people and their culture, I don't want to say Chinese because not everybody's Chinese. Asian would be the proper term, or Eastern people, or Indian, whatever you want to call them. They're people. You want to call it like it is, man. If it's anything less, I mean, if it's anything more than what it is, or less than what it is, then let's say that, but let's try to work with what we got. That's basically what I'm saying. Let's work with what we got. Let me get over here real quick.
So I put my sign down. Hopefully he'll see my sign there. And see my sign. Alright, my sign is down. So, moving through this castle, I might have to change my weapon stuff. But, switch this over real quick in a second. Actually, I'm gonna leave that. I'm still trying to learn how to work that thing. So yeah, so let's go back for a second. Let's get ourselves into character here. And you know, if you see this in Mega Game battles, you know, if you happen to stumble upon what I'm talking about here, that's not bad either. If it was a black thing in the middle, that would have been dope too. But whatever, I just like playing around with different stuff to see what they can look like. You know, that goes together, doesn't it? So let me go back over here. Obviously, that's for a woman. Noble, but hide your face. I'm definitely not a woman, so without rocking that. So let's just find the garb and go with the garb. It's original. The original garb. Here we go. Here they go. And of course, right. So yeah, let's get a proper weapon so that way we know what we're looking at here. And the name could have been Gothard. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense having Faris's bow and things like that. I mean, there were 3 hunters. I don't know if they were all brothers, but we can go back and kind of check that out. I mean, matter of fact, let me take a look at this item description. The hunters from the king's black hand, right, wielded a pair of weapons. These belonging to Gothard, who fled the castle. Gothard rose quickly through the ranks in knighthood, so it's no surprise of those who witness his swordsmanship, right? And as you can see here, that's Gothard, but he has 2 katanas though. He has katanas, and he has the bow, or he has a bow. I do believe that, you know, if it's not him, then maybe it was a different one, but they don't say all the brothers' names of who fled the castle at what time and where what belongs to which. This is why I'm playing the game all over again, so that way I can get past these things and get to the part that matters the most. So, and you know, obviously Gothard was one of those black hands. Right, so at least we got one name down. Just don't know where he's at. Which one is he? Which one was he? Not sure. So I'm still trying to figure it all out. Yeah. So, in a nutshell, not in a nutshell, but I would give my character this. I would give my character a katana. What katana would I give? Right? Dark Drift probably. He's definitely got to have the 2-handed one though. And maybe Dark Drift for just 1 katana flow. You know, so let's take a look at what we got lined up. See, these are the 2. So now there is an item description in this as well. See, Onigiri, and Ubadachi. Ubadachi. All right, so these are the names of what the blade is, right? It says the hunters. So now we have two weapons that belong to the hunters, right? So the hunters are using katanas. The hunters are using katanas, and it's like they fought like the one that Gothard has, right? Is two weapons, right? Two the same size. The swordsmanship is different. You could tell that from the way you use the style of the swords when it comes to using the special ability. But when it comes to one of these type of hunts, this particular one, his name is Kamui. So we got Kamui, Gothard, and you know these guys. If there were three King's Black Hands, right? Let's just say, who looked after the prince, by the way. Kamui looked after the prince, probably specifically. Like, we got two names so far, and it's like one of them are using a Eastern style of fighting with a katana, right? Or Londo, if you will. The hunters known as the King's Black Hands wielded a pair of weapons. These belong to Kamui, these meaning these two blades, right? Who looked after the prince. Kamui brought Onikuri with him to the undead. Okay? My assumption being that it is the first blade, it had to be the long sword, the long blade, which means it was just one, right? Brought that blade with him to the undead settlement, okay? Where he forged Ubadachi, which is the smaller one, or it could be in vice versa. I don't know why he would want to make a bigger blade than the one that he had. That would be more of a cause for more speculation as to why weren't the swords forged together and he went to go make another sword. Did he choose to have a smaller sword made? And why smaller? Because it is smaller. Or what, did he have a smaller blade and decide that he was going to make a bigger blade? Okay? Ubadachi is even a bigger word, but for a small blade, it's like, okay, so Ubadachi is bigger than Onikuri. Okay, so it's not about just the size of the blades, but which blade came first. Okay? Now, we're talking about ninjas. Ninjas use katanas, and they use ninja stars, and what do you call those things? I forgot what they were called. It doesn't matter. The smaller little daggers that they throw, whatever. So I'm gonna go ahead. Okay, so here's where we are. Let's just go up there. I'm helping somebody out. I got called, right? We're gonna just switch it up back to our normal armor for now until we start to talk about what we are truly doing. I'm not using this particular weapon at this time. I'm definitely gonna go back to my regular weapon. Wait, hold on, while I'm here. Let me just choose that. And for the blade, we're just gonna go back to my original one, which will be this. Alright. I don't know how he wants to run through here, but He's gonna be coming back for that revenge. I can put money on that. But it's all good. It's all good. So, I'll get back to that in a minute. And we're going to talk about these twins too, which I feel are heavily, closely related to the demon princes. I'm not going to prove that they are. I'm just going to, we got to talk about this. Like, this speculation about this character. Nice. He's wearing what I would have worn. It's good. Get in. So, back to the story. Um, Had to do that co-op. Co-ops are good. Glad people are on tonight. Even on earlier today. It was really taking a break from this, that, or my internet was, or my name wasn't connected to a lot of players that were online. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know why they do that. But anyway, so let's go back. Let's get back into the story of this. I'm pretty sure I'll get picked up again. Where was I? The ninja, okay, and the hunters. So, and you know, I'm gonna continue every time that I go live like this. I'm gonna have these conversations um about the game, about the story, about try to figure out everything. You know, there is no why no, why nothing. You know, why are we playing it? It's fun. You know, no doubt about that. You know, and I like it. You know, but you know, while I'm playing it, I want to know what happened. You know, what was going on in the game. It's like, no, I'm not. I refuse to mind my business. I want to know what exactly happened. I mean, obviously, this thing is not for the cross, right? It's kind of just out the way. Ninjas, you know, they don't have a lot of stuff all over them. You know, they'll have claws, right? They'll have a bow and arrow, maybe. You know, if they need it. If they need it. They'll have, they don't really, whatever. Just put that on the back side. But for the most half, we're talking about katanas. Because that to me is it's where it's at. It's what has happened between, you know, what I feel. I feel like it was made for this. It was made for, you know, and they went out. They were the ones that were known to be very, very gifted, if you will, in assassin. Why? Why were they considered something of, you know, to be a threat, or cunning killing machines kind of individuals? Well, let's take a look at some of these armor pieces. So we got black cloth mask worn by spooks. They call them spooks. So anything black is spook. You know, as a black man growing up in America, we also learned that they used to call us that as well. So, you know, they're calling this thing a spook because it's black. From an eastern land, sacrifices defense for greater mobility to be able to move around freely. The late King Osiris was obsessed by dragons. Obsessed. Was obsessed by dragons. How do you be obsessed by dragons? He was obsessed of the dragons, but by dragons, I don't know. The wordplay that they use in this game can be very confusing as well. The late king, they're saying late king. I don't know how he's late, and yet you still find him. I guess he became the consumed king. So here it says, to an extent that he would later be known as the consumed king. So here they basically let you know that King Osiris became consumed. Okay. Countless assassins. This is an assassin. Okay. This was an assassin. Was set to end his reign. They went out. They were like, yo, we gotta kill this motherfucker. They were sent out. You know? So, who dispatched? They said they were from the Eastern Land. Okay? They were sent out to go and kill Osiris. Countless assassins were sent to end his reign. He took out a couple of them. In fact, he took out all of them, but none returned. Okay? They did not return. Could it be that they got consumed in his work? And became those aimless things walking down there? Or could it be that he just killed them? Who knows, right? Now, I'm here eating Buffalo Wild Wings. The sauce is so hot I can't even enjoy it. But anyway, the late King Osiris was obsessed by dragons, to the extent that he would later be known as the Consumer. So, countless assassins were sent in his reign. The individual, the nobleman, you get his armor set, so they proclaim that, being that you saw him in part 1, he died and you pick up his armor suit off of whatever, where he had departed. And that's okay, right? Because he was only a merchant. Now, when we go back to the Black Hand, okay, they were sent out to do all the killing, you know? So who sent them out? Who sent these types out? You know, to do the ending of them. And mind you, they didn't just use kunais. A lot of those things in the world of the painted world fight like them, with the claws and the throwing daggers. I don't know what that's about. I'd have to do a little bit more research on those things, but they're heavily in the church, those crow-like beings. I don't know if they mutated into that and were thrown there due to being consumed by the darkness or what, but again, the investigation carries on. But what I can say is, if we decide that we're going to just pick weapons for this player, it would have to be the claws. So here it says, show item info, weapons favored by intelligencers of an eastern land. There you go, right there in your face. The laceration and its effects do not mend easily. When two-handed, claws are equipped to each hand. Leaping slash, perform a forward slashing your opponent's head. When successful, function as a headshot, inflicting heavy damage. Absolutely, if you will. You know? Absolutely. Dangerous weapon. a weapon of the Pale Shades, assassins of the Sable Church of Londor. The curved claws cause heavy bleeding. Again, it does the same thing that these things do. And mind you, this style of weapon play comes from the Eastern land. Okay, inheriting, they're meant to do assassin work and kill and do this and do that. I don't think that they had anything with the fall of things, but because of their work of assassination for the kingdom, they may have made ties with individuals in the Eastern land. And the claws, to me, are the connection and the indication of that. Did they first work with the king first, and then they started working their way to the land of New Londo? That they were recruited in New Londo? Could it be, perhaps? Or maybe, you know, these guys were sent out to kill Osiris, and those who died but had the curse mark, or they simply just were inflicted with something, you know. They soon, you know, they turned to the Church of Londo. I mean, you don't know, right? I mean, but I'm willing to find out, because, you know, the fencing, the way they use their swords and stuff like that. One particular swordsman, we can go to her description right now, as a matter of fact, so that way we're not all just passing. It's all like down here, I think. No, it's up there. Oh, we're gonna get away from the claws. Let's go up to katana. Okay, so this came from a dragon weapon symbolizing Dark Eater Medea. The once exquisite blade is now stained black and frayed to the hilt. Without its sheath or whatever, it is soon to crumble to nothing. Dark Drift. Okay, so here is a nice Uchikata Dachi craftsmanship. Again, a unique katana characterized by fine craftsmanship of an eastern land where it was forged. Okay, the finely sharpened blade cuts fresh like butter. It causes bleeding but breaks easily as a result. So, okay, so washing pole. Says a stunning, usually long katana forged in a eastern land. Again, eastern land stuff, right? The extreme length of the blade provides immense range, but also renders the blade extremely fragile. Black. The black blade. A short katana wield by a swordsman and a distinguished guest. And distinguished guest of High Wolnir. This shiny black blade is thick, but shorter than the typical katana. So one of his guests had a black blade, a short katana, wielded by the swordsman and distinguished guest of High Wolnir. The swordsman was a master of a rare technique. Traces of it can be observed in the weapon's strong attack. So, you know, your man Wolnir probably had his own men as well. From the looks of it, a short katana wielded by the swordsman and distinguished guest. He was a distinguished guest of High Wolnir, guest. So he was somebody who was in Wolnir's thing. Did he get hit with something to make him fall to the darkness? Who knows? And because it says and distinguished. So, I mean, you know, whenever they put certain words in the game, I tend to just go, even if I know what it is, you know, just to get a more definitions. So, and successful guess. No, authoritative guess sounds better. A commanding great respect guess of High Walden. So, you know, he could have been a guest. A commanding great respect for or authoritative, showing dignity, authority in one's appearance or manner. Yeah, so he basically respected, successful, authoritative. He could have been authoritative, a distinguished guest. Say he's a guest, he was there to do a job. He was there to take care of certain things, perhaps. Don't know. We don't know. High Lord Wolnir was a king within his own right in his own place. You know, he could have known, you know, taken up the mantle, such as another giant that we know of. That giant is, what's his name? Good grief. Good grief. Yorn. You know, there were giants in those, still giants. Gog was a giant, you know, maybe one of the smaller giants of the earth, but Wolnir was definitely one of the bigger ones, you know. And, you know, he was a king. And he also worked with these different types of, when you think of Egypt, you know, or whatever, sometimes you think about those assassins, right? That are whatever they are back then, wrapped up in robes, if you will. They, you know, may be highly favored as well to move in such a slick way to do assassinations for the king. Whereas the king just didn't want to deal with certain politics, you know. Here it says. So yes, Uriah of Londor, usual blade choice. Uriah, a mentor of the Sable Church, an accomplished swordsman, is said to have claimed 100 lives with this weapon. You know, so it's like it's a katana no less. Why was there extra wrapping at the hilt? I don't know. Maybe it was to cover up something in the hilt. You know, maybe not. You know. Here's katana of the old mound makers. Says the mound makers piled sacrifices upon the altar, but became the final offering himself, leaving this katana as a gift for his dear family. Yeah, so that comes from dedicating yourself to the mound makers. So an assassin got himself caught up and even offed himself. That's something that deals with, again, that's an Eastern mentality. To be able to keep your honor, you know, just gonna kill yourself, like, you know, not let nobody else do it. Just die with some dignity. Whatever. So, again, the katanas and the weapons and the places in their descriptions closely tie things together. Like maybe the undead, those who died in the process that were alive, trying to go after King Osiris, ended up dying on duty, being killed. Because when you get to him, he's still alive. You know, he's still alive and kicking. So it's safe to say that he won against everyone that came down there. You know? And what of the undead? What do they offer in Londo? Their Church of Sable. You know? Let's see if we can find out. Attire of the three mentors. Three mentors of the Sable Church of Londo. This build mask belonged to Uriah, the second eldest. Now, I just want to make this very well understood. That build mask, when they focus on the idea of having a build mask, it's pointing at, you know, the association to Velka. This I got definitely from one of the videos talking about lore, which, you know, because only birds have bills, if you will, because it's not soft like a nose that we would have, because they eat with the same thing, so they eat with their nose practically. Yeah. So, with that being said, you know, there's a connection to Velka and these birds, and of course, as we know, they also follow the primordial serpents, as it says on the bottom, which is these maintenance of a primordial serpent. Now that's founders of the Sable Church, which offers salvation for hollows. So anyone that goes hollow don't really have to live amongst whatever, but the hollows are definitely sent back out to do their work as well. And you better not betray them. Because you'll be hunted down. And when we take a look at this fellow right here, this ain't the proper attire. But it's close. You get to summon one of these, and I forgot the name of it. But when Uriah basically summons you, when you get on the good side of Uriah, this particular individual becomes a help to you. Who is this particular individual? Who's dressed like that? Dressed no different from the pilgrim butterfly. Just better stature. And not wielding one of those staffs. We're getting into it. We're gonna get into it. Because at the end of the day, we have to figure out who's pulling the strings. And why does it keep going? And what they need to do to stop it. And why haven't they figured it out yet? This is a cleric's hat and a cleric's blue robe. Something like that. Help with Gale. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Somebody called and need help. Or sent a message, per se. So, I don't know what the response was, but password the kid. Okay, password the kid it is. I'll put my sign here since anybody's here yet. Anyway, so to have this thing in the back, we should take a look at what it says here, what the clerics are, and then we'll talk about where the clerics came from and how this whole thing kind of does a 360. It says hat worn by a cleric turned undead. Typical attire, blue robe. It said that their trusted duty still is the nature yet to be revealed. Right. A nature yet to be revealed. We know what their nature is. Because we see it in the pilgrim butterflies as time progresses, as time goes on. What ends up happening, they come out. You know, they end up transforming, you know. Alright, let me just change my attire. Oh, hey! Okay. Alright, so they're going in without. Saw shish kebab, shish kebab. Got good too. Alright, so I got some of my stuff done. ran out of Oh! Yeah, come on. That's how I do 'em. People starting to pick up after my style, you know, but they gonna know who they got it from, you know.
Is this the...
Yep, exactly. Yeah, he had to disappear. Kill it first. What? Messing up my tango, kid. That's the devil. I like that. Might as well go all out, right? Oh man. So yeah, so these little correlations that they got with these places, people and things, you know, is there's very small description of what their roles are. Let me go back here for a second. Not the maiden's hood, but yeah. So the clerics. So again, we read the cleric's hat, and it tells you that clerics turned undead. And when they turn undead, you know where they go? To the Church of Londo. But where do they come from first as being clerics? After a cleric, now you're running around fighting and doing all this other stuff? I mean, it's not to say that you weren't doing it before, you know? But, you know, it's like, Peace up, my brother. But yeah. So when we get into it, because I gotta equip something here. I haven't equipped anything in here for this fight. I should have Gale's thing already attached. What was that? Oh, whatever. I mean, I'm in my own room right now. Maybe I should get out that and just get inside the chat itself. Yeah, let me do that because I don't really care too much about this particular fight. So, take a look at the chat real quick. Give me a second. Let me just go over here, get myself out of my own room, and leave this chat real quick. Yep, okay. Alright, that's good. Appreciate it. Alright. So, so you know, so the hunters and the Faris, they all have their little connections, but eventually I know it will probably be a little bit easier to accept once I go back and play Dark Souls 1 and really pay attention to what I've been looking at, what they put in the game, rather than just trying to survive through the gameplay. Like, who is this? I don't got time to be knowing who. Thank you. So, don't need that anymore. Boy looked out for me. Who needed a hand with all of this, so there is a connection. Figuring out where this whole thing kind of trickled down into the wrong places. What I mean by that is the Eastern people who came to New Londo and things like that, were they the part of the downfall, or was the downfall just destined to just come about? Or were they coming from another land and they decided, you know, like most lands, you know, that they did back then in times of, you know, there was whatnot that they thought it was necessary to kind of necessary to have kingdoms connected to each other. Oh man, that's harsh. He got me good on that one. So very unpredictable. Gets those things going on. Everybody's picking him up, man. And what I mean by that is that, man, he gets in. He's really upset. He just starts to swing that sword. You know, you can't blame him. You can't overburden stuff. But I can handle it. I can handle it. Oh, damn, dude. Oh, man. Okay, so that's down. Anyway, so... Alright, bro. Sign down. Wait, let me stand up. You guys can see stuff I'm trying to discuss with you. So yeah, so you know, there's different things in the game that put you in question now again. We're already getting summoned. So the hat comes from the cleric's robe, and you get to summon this character twice in the game, I believe. A lot of slices like that, the moves become very erratic. somebody got. Oh, okay. Definitely. That's movements. Erratic movements, man, you don't know what he's gonna do. And that's the problem with too many spices. What the hell's on his beard? Oh, he just started running the minute I got close to him. Man, come on. He just let himself die. Run, man, run. I'm not gonna keep on doing that, keep on doing that, keep on doing that. You keep doing the same thing. Run. Not ready to dodge yet. You wanna do magic? Then do magic. So going back to the hats. So yeah, let's go back to where we were. Okay, hat worn by clerics turned undead. The clerics turned undead. That spoke volumes about the type of organization they had going on with the churches. You know, they may have been for the better good at one point in time throughout the game. Like, the clerics might have been good throughout one portion of the game or another. But, you know, at some point in time, the clerics turned undead. And according for Gwen, or according for these, for the people in power, to remain in power, they needed to be able to control that whole situation. You know? Like, why would anybody want to have undead people in the church in the first place? right? People come to church for salvation, and the people given salvation want money or some sort of power. You know, some people really are, you know, pastors that really do good, you know, for the greater purpose. Others don't, you know.
And I think that the way of the white just kind of just really, really got caught up
Or started to become consumed by the what we consider the abyss or the darkness. You can see it, the way things turned out in the churches. Look what happened to the church you run around alone. You know, if you play part 1, you see the undead rising from there, literally crawling up out of the graves and coming to attack you. It's like, how can we control the dead from rising? And it's like, the question is, what soul did the witches of Izalith, which soul did they try to manipulate or use to extend the age of fire? Because either which way you flip it, a soul burns just like fire. You know, every time you kill a new person in the game, or a strong undead, their soul looks like fire. Whether it's black, whether it's blue, whether it's red, whether it's yellow, their soul burns a bright color, and it looks like fire. You just don't, they're not paying attention to that. Oh man, come on, bro. Really? It's like unnecessary to have that story. Come on, man. What is this kid doing? He doesn't stand there and just eat the hit like that. Like, come on, just expect everybody to just run around and just do the work for him, and then he don't do nothing. Oh. I'm sorry, but I leave a lot of players for dead like that when I play with them in the game. Are you gonna let me fight the master or whatever by myself? Like, I'm good. You know, I'll leave the game. You know, and let you fight it on your own. You know. Anyway, so these clerics, after the way of the white, what happens after the way of the white? And they still work for them. There's a guy, I forgot his name, not his name, but when you meet him in part 1, he's a cleric from the way of the white, which you can join. And normally, whenever, I mean, if you read some of the item descriptions, some of the, you know, they go on a pilgrimage to, whenever they become undead, the clerics, they go on a pilgrimage. And that pilgrimage takes them through different things where they meet different types of undead. They might die in the process, but it doesn't matter if they die in the process because they're going to resurrect at the bonfire. And they knew this. The clerics knew this. So they're like, yo, you know what? We're going to use the undead to do our bidding for us, to go out and kill undead that might be unjust and just keep them working in the favor of the light. You know? So they knew this. So your man Lloyd was onto something. I mean, that was his church. He was the founder of that church. You know? The Sable Church, however, that was founded by the three sisters, that's a different story right there. You know, they basically just, you know, they were working with Koth. You know, and upon working with Koth, you know, they ended up going to certain lengths, you know, to do certain things. And, you know, murder, they're teaching, they're raising the church to be assassin-like undead, because it's supposed to be like a place that the undead can go to, you know? And by the way, for everybody in the group that's listening to me play this game, if it seems like I'm just ranting, I'm not really ranting, I'm actually going live, and I'm just kind of having one of those Darksouls moments where I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the game, story-wise. A lot of people don't care. That's fine. But I'm very interested in this. God, I can't do my thing. Like I was saying, so they come with the opposition of what was supposed to be heavenly, and make it hell. They're raising them up to extinguish the fire, whereas the church, the way of the light, was supposed to fight on the same ring. This is great. You're gonna end up getting killed. Oof. Got hit by all of that right there. I don't think that matters. But it just makes him extremely erratic. That's why I chose the weapon that I would use. Long shot range. So I helped this kid out, and now I don't know. I'm gonna take off the password, I guess. So finally beat him because he's still alive, but he was just standing in one place the whole game. I don't like players like that, to be honest. It's like that I just play by myself. You know, just play by myself. Take off the password. And it's done. There's a lot of people here trying to win against Gale. I'm not on the level. Okay, so I'm going to sign down and see if something can happen, because there's a lot of bloodstains out there. Anyway, so going back to what I was talking about. Yeah, definitely, you know, these, ready for the deer? Oh, God. Hold on. Hold on, gang. I gotta switch the controller up. Okay, so. Alright, so let me open up my phone. I'm gonna go and answer this kid real quick. He wants to go fight Madeir. So I'll just put yeah. Alright, so I'm just helping out a couple people in the game. It's always a pleasure to do so. It's not a problem for me. Because, you know, at least I still get to go back to certain parts of the game in which things are not completely changed, to see who's where and what and why. I could do that in my game, but if you don't do certain things before certain things, or if you do certain things after certain things, you just don't get certain effects or certain looks or whatever, certain characters. I don't know. Do you have a... Hold on. Let me see something real quick, because I want to stack up. I want to rack up on these real quick before I go to my next game. My next game is going to be probably my last game. I already have a restarted game, but I think that putting everything that I want, and it's not about the trophies. I don't care about the trophy. I really don't care about the trophy. To me, it's about getting certain weapons to get through the game, to try different things out, to see what was easier to be done on certain enemies or whatever you want to call it. So let me just switch out my weapons real quick. Having a heavy blade is not going to matter for this dragon. Dragon is got dark spirits. It can conjure up dark spirits. This dragon or souls to attack you, and it spits fire. I don't know what or how to damage this creature when it comes down to weakness or whatnot. For all we know, poison can be its greatest thing to defeat it, and we're just sitting out here playing. You know, I try different things. I don't care too much. I'll try different things. You know, we were just looking at that black hand armor. Yep. But let me ask him if he has double. Do you have the double axes? I need a pair. Double. Twin. little signs popping up there. So anyway, so back to what I was saying, what I was talking about. So do you have a pair or a javelin? So this dirty shield, I don't want because it doesn't go on my time. I'll just pull them from my pocket. Yes. Thank you. So what was that I was just looking at? What was that? No doubt. Yeah. So let's see. Okay, that's what I was looking at. Okay, so let me go back to where I was, because we're gonna face off with the deer. So I don't really need the twin axes. They do hit hard. I can hit them with poison, and I can make them bleed. But I think I'll just stick with the twin axes and see what I get, and just equip the bow, because that's what they're gonna need. You're gonna need a bowman. And then somebody could possibly shoot projectiles at him. There is a bow that I can use that is like, it'll fire at rapid rate. I suppose it's not necessarily good at it, but the repeating crossbow, or I can do because I think spears are the best. I don't wear it down. I always wanted to use like different things, different weapons on different players, just to see the impact. Because javelins do better. And a spear, javelin to me is like that'll definitely poke them real good. I made this weapon, and I just feel like it will do substantial damage. I still believe that. I still believe that in some cases, in most cases. The dragon level spear might be a good one. And this spear right here, which is supposed to be to spear. The other one's a spear sword, so that's lightning. Most dragons are scared of lightning. Now, the funny thing about this is that here you got, I went from fighting one thing, which is Gale, and that woman. Yo, drop that, man. Come on. Oh, we're not going to Madeira? Could have fooled me. I thought we was going to Madeira, bruh. Come on, man. Dark spirit was destroyed. Oh, goodness. Oh, man. Plan on hitting Madeira from a distance. Let's see what it says. Both form are devastating. The bone must be anchored. What happened, bro? What you talking about, bro? Oh man, that was priceless. Oh man, he was just giving up his little whatever he was doing. Yo, drop those for me, man. Drop those for me before we go into battle, since we gotta wait now. Let's go. Tell this kid right now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh, returned home. He went to go get back his stuff. Oh, here we go. Wolf. Okay. Send me back home too? Sure. Okay. No problem. So I don't know what the hell their problem is. Another guy on another set of twin axes. Alright. So let's get into it. Even in the Ring City, this is like what Koth looks like under all that stuff. You know? It's close to what a serpent would be, but has no wings, no nothing. This thing comes from the darkness. Said that they were around way before even the time of a certain time, and that, you know, Gwen's breaking the cycle. You know, that the time of darkness should come about. You know, let's let the dark rulers come into play. And it's like, well, if they're the ones moving their tongue and moving their mouth, who's really going to be in power? Them. It's like, these new beings, what are they? You know? Gwen must have looked at them and been like, what the hell is this? You know? But you can't judge. You can't judge. You know, you just gotta kind of just roll the punches and, you know, make sense of what you are experiencing. You see the point of its existence, and it might not be just to take people out, but to simply move them on. You know, the transition that needs to be made according to their world, or whatever it is that they like they're imposing their way of life and being onto these people in this new age. And it's like, well, wait a minute. You know, Gwen, he definitely wasn't the best type of king or ruler. I mean, when do we really have any of those anyway? Right? But the point is that I'm making is that these rulers, where do they get off starting war
with things that aren't even warring with them in the first place. Not knowing what the outcome would be if things were to actually, that we were actually going to lose fire. Who's to say that there were not another type of power to gain? Gwen, along with others, had done some unspeakable stuff without, I don't believe that there were any threats, particularly to anything. And that's why I got to continue to play part 1 and then play part 2 to figure out the story. But sometimes it's very hard to play old games, because there's a difference in the graphics, and that could be, believe it or not, that changes the dynamics in how you play, right? And then you have to get used to a whole other set of controls. Well, not controls in this case, but the speed of the game. Dark Souls 1 is not as fluently moved like this. Like, see, this is a faster movement, faster pace, much better, if you will. In Dark Souls 1, man, it just looks like, if you roll, it's not like that. It's not like you roll and you literally rolling and moving. It's more like you just rolled in the same spot almost. Like, it's a much slower paced type of Dark Souls game, and that's very annoying. That's extremely annoying when it comes to certain gameplay experience. You want to jump out the way for certain things or jump whatever, and it's just not happening. Like, it's just not happening in Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1 it's nice to play, but annoying at the same time. This kid keep doing the same thing, yo. You're wasting time. Come on, man. Let's go. Oh my God. Really? Oh my God. Jesus, gotta clap for that shit. Alright, anyway. Oh my, okay. You killing me here, kid. Alright, let's go. Oh my God. Kill it. Congratulations. Congratulations. Don't fall. I don't really want to do this again. This was progress. Please don't fall. Please don't fall. I'm taking so long to slide your butt down here. Let's go. Hold hold circle. And you'll slide faster. Yes. All right. So,
back to the Dark Souls lore. Uh, I don't know what's up with this kid. I think he must have hit his head on the rock on the way down, and that was the end of him. His character's just stuck somewhere. But he should have already got. He's probably too scared to walk towards Madeira, and he finally did it. Let's go, gang. Oh God, don't die. Don't die, please. Don't die. Trust me. Oh my God, it's over. This kid was dying in another fight. It's over. Like, he's not gonna. You gotta learn how to play. But anyway, so it's very convoluted, the whole Dark Souls lore. Well, not the lore, but the game itself. Hi, Mom. What's up? Oh no, you can't be grabbing this. This is not for you to drink. So, my daughter's trying to get over to my drink. You're not gonna get over to my fresca. Excuse me. Anyway, big time distractions. So, no. These dudes are done. He said these dudes are done. These dudes are done. I bet they are. Seems like so oh. Okay. Okay. But anyway, so here's the thing. What in the world? So, alright, so they called me for this. You didn't know he's an old dude too. Well, it's gonna be a long fight. Mm. So,
We played back to Dark Souls lore.
pull my son down again.
He left to eat. So what now?
Yeah, might as well. Why am I keeping the password on?
Doubt.
So,
Where was I?
I don't even know where I was. Yeah,
Oh, I was over here.
but anyways. Let's check Great Belfry. Anyway, so far, I've talked about the Black Hand, somewhat their connection with either Ornstein, not really Ornstein, but with the Syrian, which is one of the four knights, or Go, which is one of the four knights of going as well. Faris, and the Eastern Land, and where that led us all up to, their type of style of fighting, which they inherited for the Black Hand. And the samurais, more or less the samurais, but the Eastern individuals who come to their land are much better swordsmen than the swordsmen that we have today. And they are also trained at being assassins. So there's no kunais. There's throwing knives. But that's about it. That's about it. You get like a couple throwing knives that you can throw and call it a day. And that's it. But you don't get anything else major. That's just how it is. You just don't get anything major. Let me switch out my weapon real quick. Being that I'm here, it's best to have my lightning javelin and my sword, because I know I'm gonna fight this thing physically, fighting him. I ain't gonna fight him with his weakness, but it will help if I use the frayed blade, because then I'll be able to hit the floor, and the that darkness will hit him. This is darkness with the black blade, so let them see this is the blade. Let's switch this out real quick. So, right, that's one. Does that. Okay, so dark damage comes from this blade, which would be good for him when it comes down to chopping him up real quick and running away or moving away. This shield is for basically mercenaries for hire. This one is for protection against mages. There's no real magic coming at you, so it does not have significance. Um, hmm. A shield that heals. What we're gonna do? Just keep the others full for whatever purpose I choose. So, that's what I was talking about. Yeah. I didn't even put my sign down. So, so the Black Hand. So these people come from I don't know the connection between the Eastern place and Londo, but I tell you like this, when Londo fell to the darkness and whatever gameplay that they were doing down there, which I haven't really made it far down there. I mean, I've made it to different parts of Darksouls, but I wanted to go further into certain regions or certain parts. But I need certain things first. Like when I went when I went all the way up into Anor Londo, I couldn't pass because I need the Lord Vessel. And that means I would have to face off Nito. Then I can't go to the other place to fight that boss because that's where Lord Grave Nito is at. You want to visit Lord Grave Nito first, do all of his works, which would basically be getting these eye orbs, whatever they call, and then giving it to him, and then obtaining all the power that he has for joining his covenant, and then leaving there and going to where he's at in another way, which is directly not in the tomb area where you got to get into the coffin to reach in. And you fight him and you kill him. Grave Lord Nito looks like a giant. So no wonder he's buried in the tomb of the giants. He was pretty big. He was pretty big. And he fought against the dragons alongside his brother, Gwyn, and whatever. Were they? I don't know if they were truly brothers or not, but they obviously obtained a certain level of power that gave them the ability to do different things, and they kind of just accepted it and went with the flow. Meanwhile, the witches of Izalith was trying to basically extend the Age of Fire, probably by Gwyn's command, and they ended up doing something very, very terrible, which is basically igniting, taking fire that's alive, which is probably a soul, and using it. I don't know what kind of soul that they use to, or fire or flame, whatever you want to call it, to extend the Age of Fire. And it began to live, transform them, consume them, and turn them into certain types of beasts. I don't know how is that possible with the flame. How did the flame do that? I don't know. I don't know where they came up with the idea that fire transformed their physical form into something hideous, such as a spider coming out the bottom of their lower half, or two sisters were like that. Katha was like that, and so was Qualag. And it's like, what is your fascination? What is their fascination with spiders? Were they like that before? You know, everything? Were they like that, you know, or did this just happen after? We don't know. We don't know. You know? I don't know. They don't explain that aspect as, you know, the fact that they got mutated into something other than what they were. What I do know is that when you go close down there, you stumble upon these individuals that have pus-filled sacks that are in their back that eventually turn into like your head. You know, it gets infected, and then you have like this diseased kind of thing that transforms the whole upper body into, or your head, into like this creature with a tongue sticking out, almost like in I don't know what it is. It really, it's disgusting. But if you get infected by them and you don't heal it, you most definitely will transform after a while, and it will be messed up to continue to have something like that infesting, you know, like an infestation to your body, and having that done to you, you know. Let me just plug this in real quick. I gotta put my phone up and charge it. Sunday, I wish it was Saturday. Anywho, so I don't know what would transform their bodies into that, into those hideous beings. And the demons that we see down there are, I don't know if they were transformed into demons down where Isolith lives, but you know, the story just doesn't seem to capture, it doesn't seem to make any sense, and then it seems to make sense, then it doesn't, you know. Like, they tried to extend the Age of Fire, but yet Velka is the goddess of sin. And I often speculated whether she was one of the daughters of chaos, or was she the mother of all those sorcerers, you know, that did what they did. But supposedly she became the bed of chaos by, you know, being that her sticks, the witch's sticks, were used, or were still present there in the fight with the bed of chaos. Their wands are there. Who knows? You know, unlike what Quinn did, which was sacrifice a soul of fire and use it to extend the Age of Fire. The fire became wild and out of control and consumed the daughters, or almost consumed all the daughters, because some got away, and not the mother. And that just so happens to transform them. And maybe it's Isolith, not Isolith, what's her name, Valka, was the mother of the daughters from down there. Then why would they leave her monument in the sewers, you know, for to pray for absolution, you know, to pray for, you know, things. You know,
pray for dissolution or absolution. And it's not to say that, you know, that she didn't have any purpose there, but why was it why was it located in the sewers, if you will? You know, it just didn't make any sense to me. It never did, and it never will. You know, well, not that it never will. I'm pretty sure that it'll make sense after a while. Oh my god. Nice on the step back. Oh boy. No. You're gonna get this too. Wow, son. Okay. What? Oh my goodness. Oh. This dude just standing around instead of trying to hit him. Just let me die. I can't stand players like that. Like, get your ass in the ring. You're supposed to be trying to kill him. Just stand by watching me die. And watch me kill him first. Like, come on, man. This is what I'm saying about teamwork in this game. It's like almost non-existent. You know? I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna level up these axes and I'm gonna make them dark. So that way I can do a double hit. with them and see if they'll just be better than the ones I've been using. I think. Like, I know this one hits them hard, but it's a slow song. It's also... It's helpful. It's helpful. It's helpful. Do that. It's helpful. It just has magic damage. So it's just easier way to hit individuals. So I mean, there's different types of articles of clothing, descriptions, and things like that that I definitely want to get into. I wanted to start a discussion and just wait till a couple more people actually catch on to this and jump in, so that they can see for themselves. It's not an important discussion to have, but it's worth touching upon, especially if we're running around playing this game. You know, let's deal with this. Let's deal with this whole situation that's going on. Let's talk about it. Let's figure out who's who, and then let's beat the game the way it needs to be beaten. Because not everybody in Darksouls needs to. Not everybody in Darksouls, not all the masters and bosses is to be defeated. That's just a preference. What do you stand for? Play that game, are you just trying to just play it and beat it? I mean, look at all the players. Look how many of them hold on. You finished watching The Witcher? Who's, you know, what kind of, because everybody, they tend to, and you can see this in the game, they tend to create their kind of character, and you can see that in the characters they create. Just to see, like, what it would look like. And, you know, a lot of them do it for fun. You know, just for fun. Some of them know of the story of what's going on in the game, and then they kind of try to imitate. Like a certain type of outfit. And kind of fall into character of being certain types of people. Find it funny. There's some of these characters, well, most of the characters, they were doing things for all different types of purposes. Like, I was thinking about the witch. Speculate that Carla, the witch, is related to
the other witch that you find in Ring City. Which makes Alva her father, because he had somewhat of an affair. Not an affair. He was dealing with the witch Zuli. And then Zuli died down there because her armor set is down there, along with Alva. And I speculate they're on a journey, looking for something. And they say, could it have been that child that was locked up? What was the witch locked up for? What were her crimes? You know, she was just... Maybe they were scared of her? Because of her power? She does have an affinity to dark. She doesn't like to play with the light. But she doesn't seem harmful. She doesn't seem the type. You know? But, again, they don't give much description. She's just a witch that's locked up that offers her services to you. You're using all these different services to get things done. You know, such as using Grey Rat to run down inside of the city and find items that you can buy from him later. And the more he pillages, the more stuff that you will be able to find. So, but you gotta be careful how you do his storyline, because you can send him out ahead of you, and when you do that, he might die in the process of running out to go and do all those things for you. His last stop would end up being the Grand Archives. So you gotta make sure that you completely wipe out Grand Archive before you let him go and lose his life in there. Boy, it's over. Can you make me some coffee? Can you make me some more coffee?
You took the pills?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, then later we can watch that movie and finish watching the picture.
What movie?
I told you.
What's it called?
Something.
That's okay. You've been doing good finding movies, so
Yeah.
I just watched it.
It's like it feels like fun. It was a recommendation. It's from Apple TV.
Okay.
I think it's called Swan Song.
Okay.
So they have it on the front.
Cool.
What are you looking at?
No. You're eating too much. Your shirt don't come all the way down. You gotta pull it down. When you start having to pull your shirt down, that means your belly's getting too big. So I guess I have to be the example. I'm gonna stop eating so much, and then you stop eating so much, because your belly is getting too big, mama. Your intestines is too much. No, it won't even out right now. No, it will not, man. I'm telling you.
She's a baby. She needs all the food and energy.
But she doesn't need her intestines clogged up.
That's what she told us every time. So now she wants breast milk. No.
Anyway,
We're gonna get a smoothie ice cream today, okay? That's good.
So, back to what I was saying.
You want one of the smoothie ice cream?
Um,
That's Coke.
anyway. So,
yeah, so these
I forgot what I was saying. I was talking about. Got a little caught up explaining this story. So yeah, so and look, and this is funny, you know, down in where the churches are in the Ring City, there's heads of what they call white preacher heads, which is the preachers that are on the cockroaches, or you want to call them locusts. They are the preachers. They were I imagine, they were preachers in their time, you know, and now they're actually the ones that are they're helping to usher in the new world by harnessing the gems and doing whatever it is that they do with them. You know, I don't know. I gotta look into that too. But one thing's for sure is that these the same blue, that same hue blue that's on this blindfold mask. Show the item description. It says, now mind you, see it has another form of a bill on it, almost like a crown. It's supposed to be, you know, and you would think that that's like the nose aspect of it, but it has something similar to a bill. The eye occluding mask is unknown origin, right? But we all know that the firekeepers wear similar masks over their eyes because they cannot see. But with this particular one, you can see right through. It says strengthens dark attacks. To me, this comes from Londor, or one of the sisters. So this is when I play through the game again. Wherever I find this blindfold mask at, I'm going to do my research in ties to where its current location is when you find it. Sure, I could always look up online where do you find it, and they'll show me. But I'm going to go through the journey. Strengthens dark attacks, but also greatly increases the damage sustained from the dark. So it's really a real bad give or take on that one. This purple steel creation, it's a steel man, has a certain resemblance to the firekeeper's crown again, but the similarity is purely cosmetic. So it may not be to be taken as serious, but it should not give you as good affinity to the dark as it is the dark bad for you. It's just as good for you as it is bad for you in that case, you know. Following along. The evangelist, okay? Hat of an evangelist sent from the cathedral. These teachers, all women, and women now by the way, came to enlighten inhabitants of the undead settlement and send carriers on the path of sacrifice. The path of sacrifice, you know, that sends them down into the swamp area. That's the road of sacrifices. And a lot of them are supposed to be going to the road of sacrifices. It's almost like so that they can get cleansed, you know, and just be dealt with. They do cleansing as well, the evangelists. but they're just talking to the undead to keep them in line to do the work for the church, perhaps, you know. So to enlighten inhabitants of the undead settlement, and send carriers on the path to the path of sacrifice. Yeah, the carriers and all that other stuff. Pick them up and bring them down. Pick them up and bring them down. You know, just to get them off the earth and whatnot. Where do the evangelists come from? I don't know. But you do find one particular one, which is Dory, in Irithil, which basically found darkness and blessings, or was dabbling in the abyss and created something that comes through the act of a miracle, something hideous that comes through a miracle. A miracle. I don't have that miracle on me, but I do have the... And mind you, darkness can come in almost any form. It can come in sorcery, as you see here. Deep soul drag. So, you know, whereas they're just playing with energy inside their own body, they start playing with other souls that are not their own, perhaps, to cast sorcery. And that's exactly what you see here. So twist light of snow. That's no, sorry. This one's called Deep Soul. It says fire darkened soul sediment. And show item description. Sorcery of the Archdeacon Royce. Now, what are archdeacons of the church casting sorceries? And his deacons said to have imparted, said to have been imparted to them by MacDonald of the Boreal Valley. Fire dark soul drag swell deep, swell from the deep, pursues their target, draws towards life. So, you know, this thing is a small version. Here's a much larger version of it. Sorcery that fires a great dark soul drag that have stewed for ages, far within the deep. So, you know, that's deep down dark inside. This sorcery is a high form of deep soul. Deep souls. Within the, you know, I don't know how deep down that is, but whatever. Some of the merkmen who rise from the depths are possessed by soul drags, which have a grave likeness to the human form. Forbidden dark sorcery. I'll get back into that once we get past this mission and what's been going on with the church, because the church fell hard, just like anything else or anyone else or any other, those that are impacted by the thing. Fuck the pleasantries, let's go. So, it's very funny. Oh boy. Should have been running away. I should have been running through him. That's alright. That's alright. I'm not worried about that. Actually, you know what? I'm so glad. Yeah. Take care of my brother. Wow, son. Stay right here in the light. I'm about to run back out there right now. Thank you. Alright. That was the Nameless King. Okay. That was the Nameless King. Okay. What else? So, yeah, so that was the Nameless King. And we touch on him. But I mean, what for? You know, not to say that it doesn't have a significance. His character has great significance. Great. The problem is that we still need a lot more information. Obviously, there was more to this kingdom that they had going on here. It seems like it's just become more and more decrepit, desolated. Probably from the wars they had to encounter back when the war popped off. You know, they might have made it to their home and started causing damage here. You know. And, the serpents, they never become dragons, but they learn magic. They end up growing arms somehow. And then they end up, you know, just being. Okay, they called me back to war. That's cool. So, there's a lot of speculation there as well. You know. see that? Supposed to be like, I don't know. It's called a storm drake, but we imagine he was the one that was supposed to be jumping on dragons and flying on them. This dragon looks like it's been hit with the abyss, and so was the nameless king, whoever he might be. Or maybe storm drakes is what happens to dragons that are affected by the curse. Thank you. That are affected by the abyss. You know, it's questionable. Highly questionable. Boy. I've touched you up a couple times, homie. Yeah. No. They don't like that. You don't like that at all, man. He's like, motherfucker. Oh no. You tried it, homie. You tried it. Uh-oh. Please don't go after the dog. He knows. Like, yo, you can come after me, homie. No justice. Wow. Ha 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 ha. Oh yes. We got him good. Good fight, good fight. I think we'll start eating my cereal with some eating my cereal and coffee cereal. We do, not milk, but the other type of milk they got. Whatever. It'll be more water than milk. More water, whatever substance. Ready. So this guy's rocking Havel's armor, but it just seems like here I am. Oh boy. So let's see. Yeah, the nameless king. So does it really, how do you say, both him and the Drake seem to be suffering from the same curse, or the undead must have been, the abyss must have spread to the sun. Because we can't call it Gwen, right? Barely looks like Gwyn, even though it has the brace, the golden bracers, just like it. So we just say that that's the sun, right? Because it is. We can't say, oh, that's Gwyn. You know, oh, yeah, that's Gwyn. No, it's not. It could be, right? Because it has the same type of crown. The hair is wild, similar crown, but not the exact. So who could that be? You know? People speculate because down there, and mind you, I don't have to beat the master. That's why there's no fog wall. This is a glitch. I don't know where it came from. I don't care much for it. But down below, you find the armor of one of the four king's knights. Said that he left Anor Londo in search of the nameless king. And the lore goes on to talk about how supposedly how tight or how close he was to the firstborn. So that level of speculation right there, that level of speculation right there speaks volumes. Scales on the dragon, or what you want to consider hail break. So just down on hard. Vow silence. Miracle of the Sable Church of London prevents spells in the vicinity, including one's own. That's just what that particular type of that particular type of I'm sorry, I got distracted. Vowel silence. So it would seem as if that's what you take when you join Anor Londo. Not Anor Londo, but New Londo, excuse me. Because it's Anor, which is a word that I haven't looked up yet. But the word Londo remains the same. Whatever word that it's supposed to be for that, or whatever. And quite frankly, if you want to call something new, it's simply because there was a version before it that was there. That's why it's New Londo. And the New Londo definitely got jacked up pretty bad. If you pay attention to part 1, you'll see that. They basically just kind of I don't know, how did they get mixed up with the Abyss? And the one thing that I think that I know is that That's where the fire under that part of the earth is where things started. It dealt with a tree, and that's another thing. Things in this game revolve around a lot of mysticism, and they touch on it a little bit when they bring in the gurus that are in the swamp area, who are around the last white, I think it's called the white something tree, a very important tree that grows, and there are other little trees that are growing everywhere, which they don't really discuss too much because it revolves around magic that was on the land. So here's the heretic staff. Hold on, let me see something. Used for sorcerers, right? It's used for sorcery and depends heavily on one's intelligence. That's not part of that tree. The witch tree branch, which you find in the witch tree branch, which you find in the swamp area, I believe, is where one of the white trees are actually growing. And you also get, whoa, there goes my cup full of coffee. God, what? No. My hand moved a little too fast. It just all over everything. So, maybe stop. Thank you. Sure. Let's see something quick. It didn't get in, so all right.
Yeah.
It's got those good nice rubber borders on it. Let's put this on top of that, because it's been taking up too much space. It's supposed to be on top of it. You can put that on top of this. That's fine. Yeah, you've been washing. I've been washing it since your mother's house. Yeah, it's just a piece of rubber that has a nice carpeting fabric on top. This is garbage. See, I managed to put them all in the bag. I don't leave them laying around. Okay. All right.
Give me that one, sucker. Rinse it. It's air dry.
Thank you. Man, good drink.
There's still more. I had to mix it with decaf when we ran out of cream.
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so this, along with, let's see if we can pull up some items, shall we? All right, my sign is on the ground. Let's pull up some interesting items. Need these for the ninjas, or that for the ninja for the church, the good ninja for the church. I keyed. So young white branch. So that comes from basically the same thing. Young white branch used to transform into something which bends into the surroundings. So it's sorcery at its best, right? Because, it's magic. You turn yourself into something that relates to the surrounding areas in which you are. Little Dusk's first sorcery staff eventually became a seedling, and then 3 white birch saplings. What did it say here? The young branches is said to still contain echoes of little Dusk's Capri, 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 Creaser, whatever. I can't really say it. So, obviously it came from the same type of tree. And it allows you to turn yourself into your surroundings and hide, which is good for dealing with the enemy. If he can't see you, he won't fuck with you. He'll just keep on going by. When he can't find you, eventually they leave the whole thing, and then you're home free. So you don't have to fight him. So it's a good tool for those who might end up fighting against people who are too strong for them and lose their souls in a really bad, tough place. So, but the white branch tree, the tree has something to do, which is one of my last real big discoveries in the game that Darksouls does not focus upon, which is basically that there was a tree that had great significance, and a lot of people, you know, they don't think that there's no ties between the Souls games, and there may as well not be, you know, because of how convoluted everything seems to already be in the game. You can definitely say this has nothing to do with any of the Souls game, and quickly you can just agree with it and go about your merry business and beat the game and never think twice about how it has any level of connections, because again, a lot of people who are playing the Souls games, they're not interested in the storyline as much as they want to play the actual game and play, which is what we call gameplay. So, you know, and do I blame them? No. I mean, the game is challenging and hard. All your focus is really focused on just beating the game, not taking in the story and trying to make something of what they said. You can if you want to. For me, I've always been the type of individual who likes to play role-play games. I like RPG games, and if a really good storyline is created for the story, for the game, I can dig that. I can dig that. You know, and that's what would make it a great game for me. Not just the incredible gameplay, but the story that's behind it. You know, like a game like God of War. Not only is the story impeccable, but everything that they put together to make that game what it was. Excuse me. Hold on. I'll turn off my alarm. So yeah, so back to what I was saying. So in the gameplay, I mean the storyline, I mean RPGs, I like RPGs. So if you play it for the storyline, you know, that's good. If you play it for the gameplay, that's good too. You know, there's no preference that anyone should, you know, just stick to completely. You know, enjoy the game, you know, for whatever it's worth. If it ever seems to intrigue you enough to want to know the storyline, then I think that I entice you to do something. You know, just do so. Storm started. these things right here are clear indications of where the pilgrim butterflies came from and where to look when it came down to them. You know? I'm doing this because I'm trying to see if there's something there. You know, they'll say stuff like fog wall ahead, and there might as well not be one. Right? But I'm just testing the waters to see what's what. I have found myself to be astounded of coming across a look at this. That fog don't go away unless I pass it. Huh. It truly is just the inside. Nothing more. Look at my beard. Ah, look just like me too. Anyhow, I'm just fine. So, as we take a trip, so we're not above that part right there. It don't matter whether there's still clouds in there or what. So. You find this guy's armor down here on the floor after fighting up high, higher than this king. Why would you find his armor nicely, neatly put in a pile? That's where you come from that side of the mountain. You come up through that side. Look at all the blood stains. I gotta go back. Yeah. Like every time the door, you hear that bell ring, it's because somebody came. Boom. So yeah, but there's a bell up here, like there were bells in other parts of the game, and I find that weird. I find that so weird because why would there be a bell in Dragon's Peak?
This master or this person who's up here is not a lord. Like, if there's a bell there, just like there was one in the painted world that they got rid of, there was near, you know. And I was also thinking today, or was it yesterday, I think, you know, that in the painted world, there's one of the sisters of Londor, which obviously works for Koth, right? They're trying to snuff out the flames, you know, and the world, the people that are dying there, they just want to hurry up and just rot and go to hell, or not go to hell, but they just kind of want the misery to end. They don't want to deal with it no more. There's also the way of the white that was with them. You know, maybe those people mutated into that. They're turning into, you know, there's flies under the cemetery, you know, which is disgusting. I mean, under the church, and they're just making more bugs of themselves and more, taking more of the blood out of the, what do you want to call it? Out of the corpses, you know, sucking them dry of their blood, and all the blood is just building up, you know, under the church. And then they're creating more saplings like themselves, you know, through that power. And then you go, you kill them, if you don't die of freaking toxic and poison. And you open up the door, which the nun is hiding, all to find the father, which was a giant, over the flame that was supposed to light the world, but because the flame, I don't know how long that world was kind of stuck like that. And, you know, like they went there and they took it over. It was supposed to be beautiful, supposed to be bright. Maybe they were coming there because they wanted to get to the sister. They took the sister out the painting. And they took the sister out the painting, which is, who we were talking about earlier, which is Yorshka, or like Yorshka, right? And they hid her away. You know, why they hide her away? I don't know. You know, that story gets split up into like maybe 2 or 3 different things because what you see from the game. Example, who's in the painted world now that's a boss? Unlike how it was in part 1. One of the 3 Sable church, the Sable Church of Londor. She's there. So with that being said, you know, and she's out of it. And then of course she's saying Pontier came, Sullivan came, and made himself Pontier. Pontier. That's hard, man. That's hard.
stop till you fall. Alright, suck that. You got me. Why, Lord? I do not deserve that. Is a good distant weapon. One of these weapons that are definitely going to cause him some real good damage with dark damage, that is. Like, this is the best chime to use according to my stats. Throughout the game, you can tell when characters or things have ended up being corrupted by certain things. And one of those things, what I noticed, was this weapon right here. So let's take a look at it. Okay, Herald curved great sword. Maxed it out to 10, and I added dark to it because dark seems to be one of the strongest gems to kind of put on anything, really. And it's sad because the counter to dark should be light. And upon adding blessed gems and blessed things to the dark, it's like little by little, the light grows. You know, it helps. It gives back. It restores. As long as there's a light there, it'll keep on restoring. You know, and that's the whole point of having. I'm using a blessed gem. Blessed gems. You know, if you are down, you know, you can keep coming back if you just rest a little, and then come back up again with full strength. It's like almost like a perfect representation to the sun. The sun goes down, the sun comes back up the next day. Does the sun need to be replenished? No. It just constantly just pumping out gas and creating its own atmospheric area or whatever. So it just keeps pumping light. And that's kind of what blessed gems do. They slowly replenish the light in people, so they're back to their strength, they're back to their normal self, living again. Little by little though, not a lot, unless you're casting spells to boost it. Which is what a lot of the females are able to do. They're able to cast bountiful light or whatever, which will heal with the sunlight, and that's a beautiful thing, right? The dark just seems to just be just strong, you know, in terms of just how it affects its effect. I don't know. It's just stronger. It's stronger than chaos, you know. Some people don't have. Some people have an affinity to dark, so it don't really do them much damage, you know. So things like chaos flame and so forth, those type of things will do some good damage as well if imbued with certain items. I believe. I'm still learning how to use the gem. I just recently, maybe about 2 months ago, or 3 months, well, 2 months ago really, where I really started using the gems. I only used the gem one time. Not one time, one gem that I got used to using, which was the blessed gem. This was shown in a video with the blue lizard jello. And that gem alone has, I mean, it lets me know that at least I can take this gem and I can replenish myself over time just by having a weapon equipped or a shield equipped. I will constantly heal. It would just be very little increments of it. So with the dark gem, it kind of just gives you power, you know, especially if the thing is weak to darkness. It's going to do some substantial damage at full, and that's good. So I imbued it with this sword because it just seemed to just go with its already theme, and I'll show you what I mean. So it says giant gold decorated curved sword wielded by warriors of the Herald Legion. The Herald Legion, okay, who sought the dark soul. They sought to go after this dark soul. The sword sank into the darkness with the Legion. So the Legion obviously sank into darkness, right? And their blades were severely eroded. Now they talk about erosion on the blade, but take a look at this blade. This blade is more or less eroded, but more has been subjected to the dark, and the dark is growing upon the blade. You know, you can't really see it from there. I'm gonna try to get myself to a wall that has light, such as this, and get close. And you know, if you take your time to look at the blade, let me see if I can turn my character. Well, that was good. Oh boy. I mean, look at this. It basically has hair growing out of the sides where the darkness is, and the darkness is growing on the blade itself. You take a further look up in the upper region of the blade, can't really see much there. Right? Boom. Try to turn upward. Okay, so it's not gonna let me. So in the upper region, if you look closely, has the same type of gook on it, and it has hairs, and is growing upon the blade. So the darkness tends to grow upon things, and you know, whatever it came in contact with, whether it be they were infected with the dark or they simply killed things that were in the dark, and that matter got all over their stuff, I decided to attach the Dark Herald curved sword, the dark gem to it, and this is what I got. A strong weapon. It's one of my strongest weapons, actually. One of. It's not an ultra. It's just a curved great sword. So it's a great sword that's curved. My ultra greats, they're too. I don't like them. I don't have the strength. I feel like I don't have the strength or the dexterity to truly wield them the way I want, or learn how to. So I stay away from the ultra greats until I'm ready to learn how to use the greats. Right now, it took me a while to like move up to use the greats. I was still using the basic sword. Like I ran through the whole game with this great sword, which was a good sword, but it just seemed to swing faster than the others. I was staying more in the lower region. I had powered up this sword, which is the Fire Astor sword, and it did me justice for a time. You know, I got through many countless fights with that sword alone, and then, you know, I switched over to that sword, but it wasn't as strong as that sword, so I ended up staying with that sword and fighting throughout the game with it until eventually I switched to the Black Knight sword. And that was okay. Then I learned with the Black Knight sword, even though it was shorter than most swords, they still swung like these swords, which were the great swords as well. And then I learned how to wield them and their ability. Then I just got to learn how to use the ultra greats. Eventually I will. Yeah, I'll learn how to use their ability. I am fond of this profane great sword due to its origin, which I talked about in other videos, and figuring out certain things. I also would like to wield it, even though a better fire sword would probably be Lorian's for the same move that they have, even though they have different names. The move is the same. One actually scorches the ground with fire, where the other one doesn't. Also, the profane sword will hit you with fire damage only after it's ignited. Same thing with this one, but as you can see, it's already, the fire damage is already active, so it hits them with fire damage whether it's turned on to fire or not, whereas the profane, it would need to be. It's just little details there for those who want to play through the game, is all. Nothing with the storyline at all. So the Herald's Dark Blade, the Herald's, we already know what the Herald was. They came after the Dark Soul. So who are these individuals? You find them in the Ring City. And I want to call them Ruin Knights, but they aren't. It might be something else. So let's find the Herald's armor and then work from there. Herald's helmet. It says, now mind you, their thing is not gold. It's said to be worn by heralds of the way of the white, who deliver commandments of duty. Protection made of steel, has excellent physical absorption, but can lack in blunt lightning attacks. Okay. This is the Herald's shield. So there's no other
that was similar, right? Not exactly. I'm trying to find something else. I don't think there is a something else. Okay. The connection between the helm, which is the way of the white, you can tell they got messed up along the way. You know, you can tell. But it's like, well, what is the herald helm, right? And they follow the way of the white. Curved swords, it's, you know, and it's not to throw them in a box, but the game kind of suggests that we should, in a way. Curved swords come from Carthus, and Carthus is close to Irithyll. Irithyll's soldiers, or whatever you want to call them, had curved swords that were eaten up by the darkness on the blade. These little things they eat away, and I think that's part of the reason why they kind of tucked him away. It took somebody like Pontiff Sullivan to come along and shut down the evangelist who went crazy up there, and they did lock him up, which is Dory. You find him locked up, and when you kill him, you get his tome, and he has the greater, I forgot what it's called, Gnaw. So these gnaws are just like little black things that nibble at you in the darkness. And those are the same things that are chewing up the swords of those who are in Irithyll. Their weapons are deadly. It has those little things on it eating away at it, and it's also a frozen thing. But these little whatever are slowly eating away at their weapons. So, you know, it's just looking to make certain correlations with this game, so that way it becomes a little bit more easier to walk through. What else? Now, if we go down to these guys who are also, let's see, where are they? These guys, okay, helm of the company of knights who were sent to the ring city on an old king's order. Okay, the knights sought the dark soul, so they sought the dark soul as well, but were soundly crushed. They had little choice but to swear themselves to the Judicator giant. An ill-fated company was later immortalized in the dark fable, inspiring the aspects of a certain Gullen in whom their name lived on. I'll have to dig a little deeper to figure out that, but as you can see, these guys, they got crushed coming from the king, an old king's order. Now when I look up old king, there's the king Osiris, you know, setting out to get the dark soul. And the Judicator took care of them. So, yeah, there might have been war that popped off, you know, that started everything up again, or problems to continue. Who knows? Who knows? You know, so, but I'm slowly writing this stuff down, and I'm taking all the stuff in, so that way I can put this story together for you guys in a way where it would be not so confusing. Alright, so I've been here for a while, so let's
Let's take a nice little trip to so I'm changing my weapons for this fight. Gale took care of them.
And there it goes. Gale's blade is okay for that fight.
Gotta get in the zone. Gotta use the special weapons. Here on the screen tonight, basically, just like whoever you are. Alright, so let's see what I got. What I gotta do. Oh, what should I do? What you worried about? You got Gale. I'm coming. Don't worry. Come back and get this boost real quick, though. If you want it. I'm about to give everybody a boost. What's up, John? Come here. Let me give you this boost before you go down. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Camina, camina, camina. Are you Spanish? Ven acá. Oh. No te apures. Avance. Sí. No, let's go. Arigato. So he must be Japanese. Anyway, so here we are at. Ugh. This place I was explaining before. So this place is like another, like it fell, and just the way it looks down there alone, um, I mean, this thing toppled over. All the cities kind of came together and toppled over. It seems to be the epicenter to where things
started to fall and fall apart hard. Just run ahead a little bit and get a nice little look at this. Like, you look around, you say, "Oh, this is a mountain. This is a mountain," right? But truly, it could have been. But it looks like it just fell into itself. You know, like something just caved in, and you know, this is like the end where things started falling off and into here, I guess, which leads you to Ring City. You know, from all this ash and everything that's just been going on in the world, it's like, oh, gotta go down here so that I can fight the twin princesses, not princesses, excuse me, the twin demons. And it just so happens that the twin princess, oh, look at the baby. Oh, got the hair all wet, it's all curly, got the nice little robe on. Yeah, look at you. Okay. Okay. Are you nice and clean now? Yeah? Yep. So yeah. So this whole thing with the princes, the twin princesses, and one of them going and destroying the twin demons that are at the bottom. In the process of doing that, ended up scorching his sword. So my thing is, if they were defeated already, why am I fighting them again? If his sword got scorched by it, why am I fighting him again? Did he win? You know, because I mean, apparently he did. And here is what the description says. It was Lorien, to be exact, excuse me. Ultra great sword of Lorien, Prince Lothric's older brother. So there's Lothric and there's Lorien, okay? Cast in smoldering molted steel and stained black. Before Lorien embraced his brother's curse, he embraced his brother's curse, just so that he would not be put as a lord of whatever and still. But anyway, he was a knight who single-handedly slayed the demon prince, but the victory eternally scorched his sword with flame. So, if he beat it already, just saying, what am I doing beating him again? And the twin, and mind you, they said the demon prince This is what this particular demon is called, right? The demon prince. And why is there two of them? Why is there two of them? You know? Why are there two?
Sorry.
Nah, don't worry about it. You good. Come on. Let's go kick its butt.
Come on. Can you bro?
You want a boss? Come on. Come get this. Yeah. So anyway, so the twin demon princesses, there we go. So there's two demons. There's the pain, and there's below. So, demon in pain and the demon from below. So, personalities were chopped in half, I believe. I guess I can take it. Right? Okay. He's already running after, Can we get them away from each other, please, man? God. Hit him. Hit him in the stomach. Oh. Oi. Oh. Yep, that's it. That's it. Let's go. Arigato. Playing with people all across the world trying to play this game. Beat it. Blessed to have somebody who plays online. And people would be hard getting across those bosses with just the NPCs. You know, and that's if you do the storyline right. You gotta look up online how to do it so you have an easier time getting through the game. You know. And they'll make it easy to figure out what to do. You know, where to go first and who to talk to and where to go back to. You know, so either way. So let me go sit my butt over here real quick. And switch my weapon real quick. There we go. Yeah. So, expressing the situation with let me see. Let me see. I'm going to my inventory to see where we kind of left off discussing. So New Londo, being that the old Londo was Anarlo, right? And they decided that, well, you know what? Things are bad, you know, so they're gonna get worse. No, things are good, let's make it bad. That's basically what the serpents are trying to do. They're trying to keep the circle of life going, but there's no recollection as to there being any life before the dragons, any cycles. You know, you hear about the cycles that's currently going on, you know. But I was talking about the stained weapons. And if you go to this weapon right here, such as the ring knight straight sword, for instance, right? Show item description. It says straight sword. If we get close enough to the way it looks, it might be familiar, a familiar blade. Like here's the knight straight sword and here's Lothric straight sword, right? A little closer, it has that little bump in the thing, but it doesn't quite fit the description of it. I mean, you can look for different stuff like a Storer straight sword, right? The hilt doesn't match. Refined broadsword, you know, which I never really paid attention to. Well balanced sword, doesn't match up too much to what that is. Doesn't have like a little knob on top. Here's the dark swords, but that's not fat enough. You need something that matches the type of sword that straight sword is, right? And long swords just don't match up. Maybe I'm missing a sword or two, who knows? But these straight swords wielded by the ring knights, the arms of an early men were forged. The arms of early men were forged in the abyss and betray a smidden of life, which means that the darkness that imbued these weapons, right? It just so happens that, you know, you can see the outgrowth on the sword's hilt. Looks like it growing out wildly like horns. This smidgen of life, you know, or darkness, if you will, only really truly came about after the chaos bed was created, which had roots going everywhere. And as you know, when it comes down to certain plants, you know, a lot of them tend to grow out and extend to other things like roots from its source because it's trying to spread out. It's trying to grow. But look what it says here, right, in the second paragraph. For this reason, right, that, you know, that the arms of early men were forged in the abyss and betray a smidden of life, right, of life in the abyss, okay, life growing from on the sword that came from the abyss. For this reason, the gods cast a seal of fire upon these swords, and those who possessed them. And those who possessed them also had a seal on them, which you can see very clearly. I mean, take this time out to actually change my weapon around so that way you can actually see. And I'm gonna do this in almost every video that I do when I do recording, so that way people can kind of understand. You see the hole in the chest area? Like you don't even see my clothes under, because I think it's supposed to represent hollow. You know, it's supposed to represent no life in there, and the life that would come from there would be stopped by the ring of fire that's on it. Let me do something real quick, because I like to do this, because I think that it definitely shows something. Like I have it, but it's not on my chest. Like it's not glowing on my chest, and that's the one thing I don't like about using this particular chime, because it just doesn't give me what I want. So if I use this chime, still I didn't get it. This is some bullshit. Anyway, when you do use it, you can see, like, alright, look at the armor set. Look at the armor set. It has horns growing out the sides on the shoulders. You know, the very armor itself is forged there. Therefore, and then of course the seal is put upon it, which is this seal right here, the same as this seal right here. We go down, let me see where it's at. Well, this is not the seal. It's the way of the white circlet that connects other worlds together who might be experiencing the same thing. But this right here is the dark sign. The dark sign lose souls and returns to bonfire. So this sigil connects people to the bonfires. There's fire. The dark sign. Right? It's funny because they call it a dark sign. Is the sign of an accursed undead. The dark sign returns its bearer to the last bonfire it rested at, or at the bonfire at the fire lake shrine, but at the cost of all souls hell. Carries all the souls, all the dark signs are reborn after death, and eventually lose their mind, turning hollow, and so it is they are driven from their homelands because of it. So, don't think you can get rid of this. You can't use it per se. So, I don't even know why it's even an option to be used in the first place. But it is a part of you, and it's the first time you see on a piece of armor that, you know, it's just not, you know, they don't want life to grow on anything from the abyss. Then why forge things in the abyss itself? And it's funny because the horns that come out of it, the horns that are growing from it, are the same type of horns that grow out of some of the dragons. But primarily, the way they twist this stuff is like the gurus, or the what do you call that? Yeah, the gurus. The ones that are in the demon ruins right now. In this game, there's no demons left in the demon ruins, really. There's just gurus. And they all have the same type of horns. Now, if you look at these horns that are on this set, right? Or on the ring knight's armor, or even on their weapons alone, those twisty horns you see growing up and out of it, yeah, that means it's taken on a life of its own, if you will. And the seal was meant to keep them from growing. I don't know who started to create or forge armor from the abyss in the first place, but when you think about it, this must have happened either before or after the fact. And that's another thing to really think about. When did Lord Gwyn put the seal on, after putting it on, maybe he tried it first on the armors to keep the, where they forged these things at. They were supposedly to keep them from growing into something more than what they were. But when you look at, I know my thing is gonna break up. Give me a second.
No, not yet. Oi, 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 oi. All the way in the hallway.
time for bed. What are you doing with your life? Walking around like you're gonna do something.
Oh my goodness. This is gonna work. Oh. I'm going live. I'm going live. I'm already alive. Alive. Alright, let's see. I'm still alive.
I'm still on air. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I heard you. Yes. Alright. So, I'm gonna have to do a new live stream. Hold on. Let's start this whole live stream.